Right, good morning guys. Firstly, just a quick apology for being a little bit late starting, and well, I say late, I'm early, 15 minutes earlier than normal, but I've left you hanging on the stream starting screen for a while now. Obviously we've got ChillCon coming up on Saturday, so we're going to be up in Sheffield touting our wares, kind of available for a chit chat as well, if anybody's popping in. And yeah, just got to kind of get stock prepped and get the printer cycled over, so took a little bit longer just setting it up than I was expecting, so just apologies about that one. Okay, so since the last stream, I kind of left you having done what do you call it, Gnome Bunker, just up here. Since then I've gone and done pose on Strawberry and on Kev. So we've got 3 guardsmen complete. So it's going to go through and just work our way through a couple of extras. So I'm going to go for Rosie next, I think. I think a kind of a pointy pose, maybe with a crossbow in his hand this time. And also today we are going to be putting the Kickstarter live, so I might do that while we're on air, just get the ball rolling with it. So we'll see how that goes. I feel like I just need to, sometimes I need to take all of these hands I make, all hand poses, just go through just saving them all or something like that, because I seem to feel like I spend so much time posing hands, and there can only really be so many hand poses, do you know what I mean? So maybe I'll do it one day, maybe I'll just spend an hour or two just making poses for hands. So this is a frustrating thing with hands as well, is you end up doing one finger at a time, because all of the knuckle joints are in different spots. If you try and do multiple fingers at once, you end up with a a weird looking hand where all the joints are deformed and stuff, so I kind of have no choice but to do it this way. So I managed to twist that finger all the way around, get it in a weird position already. It's better. And then from the side here, you're kind of guesstimating where you think the joint's going to be. Mask off the lowest part of the digit and then get to the joint. Rotate, mask, move, and mask, and bend. Switch over to multi-stream in case anyone's watching on YouTube and Facebook. I was going to quickly do what I said I was going to do. Let's just merge that back in. Let's give him a give him an open mouth shouty pose, like he's issuing commands. Like, really important here as well with miniatures that are like in this scale, like 32mm or smaller. You don't want to get into doing all like the internals of the mouth because you're not going to see them on the model, and if you do see them, you're only going to see like the teeth or the indication of the teeth, possibly a tongue. So the reality of it is, like, if you can actually get a brush in to paint these teeth, then you've got a really steady hand and a good eye. Most people probably won't do it. There we go. He don't look like someone you want to mess with, does he? Just locate the pivot in the middle of the neck. So he's looking in the direction he's pointing. We need to adjust some of the shape of his neck now. Guys, while I think about it as well, I know I was offline when it happened, but thank you to Fishkey and Team Hushkull for following on Twitch. And Luke on Facebook, good morning, how are you? Thank you for the like. So I'm going to have him holding the crossbow. Oops. So we're just masking the bits I want to on the pose. Let's get the joint positioned and oh, I just thought, should he be pointing, do you think, or should we put the truncheon in his hand and pointing with the truncheon? Nah, we'll stick with a point like that. Oh, hand pointing a pistol grip. Oh, bugger, I've already done it. There we go. So I should have just imported these and I'd have been fine. Literally the two I need. Right, so they're way too big for this actual scene, so just scale them down. Let's press home to put them in the right place. Now this may not fit properly because it was made for a different weapon obviously, but it's a good start. And certainly a better start than trying to do it from scratch, having to bend all of the fingers. Right, so let's morning bunker, how we doing matey? Dice guy, how we doing mate? Hope you're keeping well. Oh, Dice guy raiding in, thank you very much mate. You bring friends, cheers bunker. So what have you been up to, Dice Guy? Anything interesting this morning? How was the stream? Just trying to make Bunkers Mate Rosie here. Opus Magnum, I'm not familiar with that. What is it, matey? Playing with balls. Let me just show you. So I started making these guys week or two back, I think. So we got Mr. Bunker up here with his vicious attack rabbit as a gnome. So this is Discworld style City Watch. And we've got another streamer called Red Straw Baby. So this is her virtual avatar as a dwarf. I don't know if you're familiar with the Discworld books or not, but we've got a proxy here for Corporal Cherry. So and then we've got Kev over here from the Hobby Corner. So he's been sculpted, and then we've got a selection of other people. So we've got Rich, who's one of my regulars on stream. We've got Elston from Elstonation. We got Ross from Fohammer, who's currently lurging up from his trip to Adepticon. We've got Spud from, well, formerly from Chilling Wargamers, but now he's down at Chilcon. Down here we've got Nerd Harla. Then we've got this handsome devil here is Mini Me. Then we have Hugh Foster. He's another one of the regulars, another customer who requested to be included. We got Josh from the Pickle Jar, and then we got Rosie, Bunker's mate, Mr. White Rose Dragon, and that's the one I'm working on at the moment. So we're just posing him up. So he's going to be a sergeant in the City Watch. So at the moment, I'm just trying to make this kind of hand grip fit around the. Fisky morning, how are you doing? Thank you for the light yesterday. Ah, right, fair play. Did he manage to get on with the Warlock yesterday? Because I didn't actually manage to catch the stream, so I was catching up with accounts and various other bits as it's like year end. We've also got Chilcon coming up in just a few days' time, so I'm frantically trying to prep stock for it, so we've got stuff to sell. Ah, right, cool. Brilliant. Well, I've got it. I got mine off the printer as well. So I'll just show you the photo I've got of it actually. But yeah, I took pictures yesterday, posted them a few places online. So in fact, I think I posted them in. Oh, cheers, Bunker. Yeah, I'm going to put it live today, so I might flip the switch on it in a bit while we're on stream actually. We can follow it through the day and see how it's going. Hopefully, it won't be a crushing disappointment in Publix. Thank you, Bunker. Appreciate you, mate. I can't remember I saved the bloody pictures now. Did I save it in here? Yeah, I think. Yeah, so there we go. 75 million All of Glory. So I think it was a little bit still fresh, so it's what do we call it now? A little bit shiny on the pic, but the model looks lovely in person. So this is literally straight off the supports, literally just plucked off, chucked in the isopropyl and cleaned up. So there's no additional cleanup or prep or anything done apart from just gluing it together. So she's printed really nicely, and it was about 30 seconds of effort to kind of pull the supports off and get her into the isopropyl. So yeah, in fact, you know what? Let's do it now. Let's go on and we'll turn the Kickstarter live and let's get this. Oh, okay, good. I didn't realise Mike only had a 2K. Let me just log in on the other screen so you don't see me passwords and stuff. It's not live yet, Fisky, but I am going to do it right now. So we're ready to rock. It's been approved. I'm ready to launch. Oh, hang on. Let me just check the basics. Make sure we've got the timings right. Right, do I do it for 30 days, or is 30 days a bit long? What do we think, guys? 30 days, 2 weeks? And what day shall I end it on? What day is best to finish on? So let's go for 30 days, and then we're running into a payday, aren't we? So everyone gets paid at the end of the month, don't they? Yeah, let's do the... So the first of the month is a Monday, so everybody should be getting paid by the 28th usually, isn't it? So let's finish on the 29th. Yeah, 30 days. Okay, so... let's do the launch. I've only set a goal of 100 quid because obviously the whole thing's made and I just want the cash. There's no point in setting like an actual funding goal for it that is higher than that, because it makes no odds really. So if you're not familiar with how this works, Kickstarter charge 5% fee and then between 3 and 5% additional on top of that. So basically whatever we make on this, we're down 10% to Kickstarter. Now I'm running this without any paid advertising and without any kind of like kind of ongoing effort throughout the campaign, if you like. So it's the point of these Kickstarters is it's a quick, easy, kind of low rent, low maintenance kind of project. so I can still crack on and do all the other stuff. Whereas obviously if I was doing like a game or something, it's going to be kind of a bigger deal. There's going to be a lot of ongoing marketing and things. So this will just be a kind of a click and go. So I've read the details, and we're going to launch. So, bang, there we go. Buttons pressed, and we're live. So there we go, people. The Warlock. So we got the bit of art by AJ Hately from Game T, which is absolutely gorgeous. Love it. Right, I had a chat with Kev at Hobby Corner last night. A little bit of an interview with him for his channel. Hopefully that's not too much of a spoiler. And we were talking about this. Now I call them tieflings. He calls them tieflings. Now, for me, the tiefling, this is a pun because she's drinking tea. It's the tiefling. But the pun didn't kind of go down with Kev because he didn't because he calls them tieflings. It didn't kind of like gel. So yeah, so we've got a nice colour changer one for a bit of inspiration. So if you need a little bit of you know, paint job inspiration, there you go. We've got a couple of close-ups. We've got the original art there by Alexandru Aquino. So fantastic little artist, does some great work, and yeah, really love what he's doing. So he's working with us on the Crystal Collapse game. So if you see when we do our Crystal Collapse sculpts, and you'll see us like doing demos of the game soon, because once this Kickstarter's wrapped up and concluded and fulfilled, we're pretty much going straight into getting Crystal Collapse up. So you'll see Crystal Collapse, you'll see the same guy's artwork in there, and it's all gorgeous stuff. Okay, so standard pledge in this, £10 or £8 if you get the early bird. You get the Warlock, the Warlock's body, the spellbook, the cushions, and the chaise lounge. And then there's an accessory upgrade, because obviously I know not everyone's going to want the whole thing, because that's a lot of extra stuff to have to paint. Oh mate, I don't even know what that is. No mate, no. The only person who's printed it out so far is me and Mike. Nobody else has got the files. So, but it will scale up perfectly. The Barbarian I did as the previous one, so you'll see her further down in the campaign. So the Barbarian, I actually did her in 75mm and 120mm. And I've got the 120mm version like sitting in my office, and it's massive. But with this Warlock, because she's so big, I haven't scaled her up manually. So you can because all the supports are provided in Lychee, what you can do is you can scale the files in Lychee. You can make I don't know if you've done it before, but if you just basically say, right, so we're on 75. I can, yes. Here we go. There's the chat. There's the link. Sorry. So yeah. So the what you do in Lychee. So we want to get to. Let me just check something here. So we want to arrive at like 120mm. We're on 75. So it's equals that times 1.5. Nope. Nope. There you go. So basically, you increase it to 160% in Lychee, and that will scale it up to like 120mm, or you know, whatever you do. There's a 100mm ruler in the files as well, so you can use that as your relative scale. So if you need to measure it, you know that ruler is supposed to be 100mm against her at 75mm scale, basically. But yeah, you can scale it up, and then you just select all of the supports in the support mode, and then press Alt and R to recalculate them. And what it will do is it will just reposition them all it'll clear the deck, so you've got your what do we call it? The supports are like positioned right so they don't collide with the model. And all of the support tips are the same, all of the connection points, the anchor points and everything, they all remain. So as long as you don't go way too big. Jesus Christ, that's it already? Oh, hang on, that's gone down already, that has. Somebody's cancelled the pledge immediately. Oh no, it's back up. 94 quid. Yeah, one more backer and we're through. So we'll see how that goes by the end of the day. Hopefully we'll get a nice little flurry of interest. I should post it online really, shouldn't I? And put it on do a little bit of a Facebook post about it. Let's just do it. Let's do it nice and quick. Right, so again, you don't see all of this stuff normally, but the back end of the business side of things for how many days we got now? Oh, bonker. Yeah, I know it's not on stream. I'm showing you what happens in the background, guys. So yeah, I'll be at ChillCon and I will be at UK Games Expo. I'll be at UK Games Expo with I don't know if they're called SBG Games or Cursed Empire, but it's the Cursed Empire guys anyway. But yeah, I thought I'm going to put this live. I might as well show you all guys the legwork that goes into the back end of it, so you get a little bit of a sneaky preview and see what's going on. So we're on the 29th today, which is Wednesday, so 1, 2, 3, 4 days. I'll just put until Sunday. Right, let's get a pic in there so we can post it onto Instagram as well. Photo. Which one do we go with? Oh, I like that one actually. Oh no, it's not. Right, so publish. Oh no, hashtags. Hashtags. Morning Pointy, how you doing, mate? Hashtag pin up. Hashtag pin up miniature. Any other hashtags to throw in, guys? Anything you can think of? Tiefling. Warlock. Fair enough, matey. What are you getting? Anything nice, or you like B&Q getting emulsion, or? Perfect. Yep, spot on. Go. Let's publish this bitch. What brand you going? Right, I guess leave that going on in the background. Where are we up to? Are we still on 94, or are we growing? Oh, 118. There we go. We've funded. So there we go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Right, let's try and get this. Let's go and try and get this pose in now. Hang on. Back to the task in hand. Fair play. Yeah, I do the same, to be honest. I've got a lot of Vallejo paints that makes up like the mainstay of my my painting toolbox. But then I've also kind of recently I've added like a lot of GW stuff into there. So there's only because like I've been using the contrast paints for like tinting models. Yeah, the price is like not to be knocked, is it, with them? But I find with the GW ones, like for me, like one of the things I struggle with painting is that I'm colourblind. So certain things can be a challenge for me, and I tend to find myself painting in like value. Even if I get the colours a little bit wrong, it still kind of works out. But then the I've not tried Reaper paints. Are they decent paints? So yeah, so like say if I'm using like reds and stuff like that, I'm red's my worst colour. Yeah, yes, it snaps. So the problem I have is like red and green together give me a migraine. Like it depends on the tone. If it's like a really bright one, I can't even look at it. But what I find is like the values are like they work okay, but I could use completely wrong colours. So I can be mixing like blues and greens and not even realise it. Fair enough. Oh, is that how much they are now? When you say they're mad, they're like mad expensive. I thought you were talking like mad cheap. I never thought Reaper paints would be expensive. Hey, Tobe, how you doing, matey? Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, the goal was just a nominal figure, really. It's just wanting to make sure it actually succeeds and goes through right. But I'm pleased it's gone through quickly, because now I get that kind of ridiculous moment where, like, you know, we hit like £1,000 and it's like, what, you know, 1,000% funded. Yep. You get those the silly Kickstarters where they're kind of like smacking it all over the place, but right, there we go. So we've got the hand on the crossbow. I need to sort the strap out there because that's just not right, is it? So let's just duplicate that. We'll split. Sorry, delete hidden. Okay, and on this one now. Oh, sorry, mate. I didn't give you much of a heads up with it, though. Like, I hadn't even said when it was coming through, so. Siege Studios, mate. Fair play. So an inquiry's turned into a full-on job offer kind of thing. So, are you actually interested? Is that something you were thinking of doing, or was it just kind of materialised that way? I should split that, shouldn't I? Right, so I'm gonna just forget which one's my boolean now. Well, that's my boolean. So we're just gonna take that out of there. Oosh, there we go. Let's cut that out. Right, I need now to let's just slice the top off here. Wow. Well, that's one way of getting people in. They clearly need painters then, so if they're that keen, you want to hold your own and negotiate, I would say. How's the YouTube streaming going at the moment, matey? Channel growth going good? My finger is so far off the pulse, it is not even funny. I'm running around with my head up my own arse at the moment, trying to get stuff done, and it's just crazy. Oh, for God's sake, I just realised that's like totally the wrong position anyway. Now I need to go and change it and move it no matter what, so that was just stupid. I wonder... Yeah, not bad, mate, not bad. A leak? Is that an accidental one or accidentally on purpose? Is that the set where they've got the blade guard who are like just normal blade guard? Oh, this is just pointless. This is, isn't it? I shouldn't have even bothered trying to do this. This is ridiculous. Let's just come down here. Let's just thicken this bugger up. Oh, they're yours are. I thought they were Rob Bears. I'm just messing with them. Do you know, it made me laugh because Ross at Fohammer, obviously he went to Adepticon and he's had all these like hero photos and stuff like that. He's had photographs taken with everybody else that he's met round there, and there's a photo of him with Rob at Spiky Bits, and it just made me laugh because like everybody commented on the post basically saying, "Yeah, I won't be too proud of that one." But I kind of think it might have been just one of those, you know, where he felt obliged to do it. He can't say, he hasn't commented on the post himself, but obviously he can't say it. But people were saying like he'll be reposting and stealing the photos, and I think he's done it with Fohammer a few times though. Like I say, yourself as well. Stolen articles and repurposed content. Well, I say repurposed content, it's just stealing in it, so if you're honest. Just stealing content. Why am I spending so long making a bloody strap for a crossbow? That's better anyway. I'll call that one a win. Let's merge that into the... God, my legs are freezing in the office today. Make sure that's turned off, because if I leave that turned on it's going to cause a problem. So Rick, do you get in trouble then if GW know that it's you that's like dripped the photos out, or is it like once they've kind of committed it to the public it's fair game kind of thing? Or is it like they encourage you to do it? Is it like one of these? Is it like a leak, but they want you to leak it to try and get people talking? So I can imagine that being like a tactic. Oh, right, got you. Oh, you're not on an NDA with them then? I have to be honest though, I kind of think Games Workshop want these things to get out. I would. I mean, all my stuff goes public anyway. I'm sculpting it publicly, but you know, if I was doing something like like my Kickstarter or something like that, and I've got a model in the works, and then somebody kind of went, "Look, everybody, there's a sneaky picture. Look what's coming up," and then they build a pipe for it. Brilliant, you know what I mean? That's free marketing. You can't pay for that stuff. Yeah, that's what they say though, isn't it? I don't know. I still kind of think that it benefits them in a way. It's like building the hype train up, isn't it? That people are talking about stuff, and if it's something they've boxed up ready and they're about to go live with it, then there's no hardship really, is there? Yeah, exactly. You know, it's a gold mine for them. These oh, you bastard. These leaks are kind of like I say, they're building the hype for things. You know, they're getting people like excited about the stuff that's coming up, and that's only going to result in sales, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's only going to be a good thing for them. I mean, if I was trying to do a completely covert project and I didn't want anybody knowing about it, it'd be different. But when you're just talking about new releases and stuff, it's always good to have people talking about stuff. You know, I wish I had people talking about my stuff, my upcoming models like that. They're missing a trick then. I'll say if stuff's ready to go and it's just going to get people excited and stoked up for what's coming, I'll say I just can't see there's an issue with it. But like a control thing then, isn't it, at that point? But we've seen that from them already, haven't we? They're kind of like taking control over all the aspects of the hobby, except for 3D printing. They haven't dabbled in that one yet. But I do think they should. I think they need to get into doing like, you know, like we got the like shoulder pads and dreadnought weapons and things like that from Forge World. All these kind of things that are like, you know, you buy one of them because you just need one. That kind of stuff would be fine to go out as an STL file. Because as I said before, you know, if people are going to pirate it, they're going to pirate it. They'll buy a recast, or they'll illegally download an STL file that's been shared, or whatever else. But if they want to support the business, they'll support the business. And you won't convert a pirate into a customer. It's never going to happen. So, you know, that's that's what it's going to come down to at the end. I'll just delete the hidden bits. On my centre, let's go to here. Let's just move that in because I want that to actually touch the crossbow, so there's some contact. Because otherwise I've got to get supports in there between the two, and just no, thank you. Let's go back to this leg, let's move all the bits to this leg. So let's do that. bit of a hash, wasn't it? Why do they want a CV off you? Ah, you ball bag. Oh, you turd. Come on. Let's put you back. So I need at least one watchman ringing a bell. We need one of them running around waving his truncheon about, I think. Not a euphemism, guys. Oh, lovely bit of cold tea. Save this because I've done quite a bit there on the on the crossbow. Oh god. Oh, tired this morning. It's been a long old week. Let's have a quick check where we're up to. 154, that's not bad going. 13 backers. get a newsletter sent out later on and kind of announce it on there, get people signing up. Then we'll have her on display at ChillCon as well, so we'll get some more people signing up there hopefully. Cheers, matey. I'll say the Barbarian did like $3.5 grand on the Kickstarter, so I'm hoping we kind of exceed that. So that's kind of my unofficial goal. But I think this time round I'm going to do a what do we call it now? Like an Indiegogo follow-up. It's like bugger am I going to run one on my mini factory. I mean, I may have a little mop-up campaign on there right at the very end, but they're getting like, you know, they screwed me on my marketing and basically offered me sloppy seconds from Titan Forge and what they're called, Bite the Bullet and Archvillain Games and those guys. So yeah, I'll do the same with them. They can have the dregs after everybody else has had a shot. Yeah, ChillCon's a great little show, man. If you can get out there, do it, because it really is worthwhile. And I don't know if you've seen them or not, but let me just quickly show you. I did the sculpts for the trophies for the painting competition. So here we go. There you go. The ChillCon trophies. So we've got Viking Spud up the top here as best historical. We've got Gandalf Spud as best fantasy. We've got kind of a little painter Spud for the open category. We've got a little gamer Spud with his handful of dice and his rule books for best participation game. We've got Tank Driver Spud for best vehicle, and then we've got little sci-fi marine Spud for the best sci-fi. So they're all been what do you call it, golded up like that. They've all been golded up now and slapped onto marble bases and whatnot. So if anybody wants a little Spud trophy, the only way you're going to get them is by participating in the painting competition and winning. So get stuck in. The competition's getting harder and harder in there as well, because like last year there was a lot of entries. Yeah, they're not gigantic things. I mean, they're like I want to say they're about 50 mil. They're about 50 mil tall or something like that. They're not huge, but they only the little plimps they're sitting on aren't that big. So I can't kind of can't go making like giant spuds and whatnot. You know what I mean? If there's no space for them on the trophy themselves. Yeah, guys, get painting. You got a week to get something. Well, less than a week now. You've got 4 days, is it, or something like that? 3 days, 4 days to get stuff painted. Oh, Bunker, just as a quick heads up, mate, I do have to go and pick Willow up today because Hayley's on a school trip with Jacob. So if you're about, mate, you don't mind giving me a 2:30 call out. Appreciate that, thank you. You want a JoJo original? Oh, did he sculpt the original one, did he? I didn't actually know who made the original one. Yeah, JoJo's prepping the actual trophy, so... You should ask about it though, you know, as volunteer staff on the day, mate. I'm sure they can sort you out. Yeah, Steve sent me the pictures of the original like Viking spud. Basically said, can you do that again but digital? And then that materialised into. We're just going to put the same spud on every trophy, and I went, nah, let's step it up a little bit. Let's do a fresh one for each figure. Are you lagging today, are you, Bunker? Or are you just chilling and likely to nod? Hey Ads, how you doing? Yep, that weirdo's it's launched, it's succeeded, it's fully funded already, so it's just lining my pockets now. So cheers, Bunker. I'm saying I need to start thinking about the next one actually, because I want to try and get into the habit of doing these like every few months. So try and run like a little mini diorama type jobby. So yeah, so like we got the we were talking about on the stream the other day about maybe doing like a monk for the next one, and I was thinking like a yeah, 1.25 would be about fine. That's manageable, I think. So I want to kind of continue the series and do the same kind of things. So we're going to pick different classes and different races and kind of like mix them all up and whatnot. The barbarian wasn't really like a diorama piece, but this one is. So I'd quite like to kind of maintain the diorama in us. But also, part of me really wants to do like a full diorama background for this one. So. You know, funny you say that actually. This one was supposed to be a Halloween release. It was supposed to come out in October, and I sculpted the warlock herself. Had this idea that she was going to be on a chaise lounge and like with a table and everything else, but the actual furniture element intimidated the hell out of me. And I got in my own head about the detailing on it, and you know, it was awkward. It was just difficult to try and like to deal with. Oh, that'd be good actually. Yeah, Tabaxi Monk in the sun. Yeah, that'd be a nice summery one, wouldn't it? But then I need to set a scene and stuff like that. So like with the warlock, what I want to kind of do. Let me just pull up a Clip Studio window a second. Well, you know, I can't leave it alone. I still want to go back and finish this and do what I want to do with it, because it's like, so if I just load in the warlock, I'll show you what I'm thinking, just roughly. And I don't know if I should just do this as like an extension. As like an add-on later, do you know what I mean? Like post-campaign, just do it as something I'm going to release and like, you know, you got available to you. Where's the thing I need? So we go Kickstarter, Warlock. renders. Warlock, no. Complete, right. Right, so we'll drop her in here. I need to make the screen bigger. Ah shit, what's going on there? Right, so here is kind of what I was thinking. Right, so my idea, right? God, I don't even know how to use this bloody software. Okay, so what I'm thinking, you see, is select all. So what I'm thinking about, oh bugger. That is not what I was hoping for at all. Is that one? So imagine it's confined to this kind of like view here. And I'm thinking like I'd have the floor in there. And then I don't even know if I'm using the right bloody tools for this, but so here we have like a round like bookcase, tall one. We'll have one of those little rails going around it. A little ladder on the rail. Then we'll have a little imp. Have a little imp up on the back here, grabbing a book down. We'll have another little imp walking around here. Looking all grumpy and pissed off. Carrying like a pile of books for her. And then we'll have like a window here. And like shutters. A little window box outside with some nice little flowers in there, but they'll be like, you know, there'll be like little bitey flowers and stuff like that in there, and little spiky teeth, and maybe a bird getting eaten. And then we'll have like a little basket back here with like a blanket hanging out of it or something like that. Just, you know, stuff you'd find in a house anyway. You know, just general random stuff. And then that end like there. But obviously you need to be able to print it, and I wouldn't be able to print something this big. Do you know what I mean? That's the only thing that's kind of stopping me from doing it, is like I haven't got a printer big enough at the moment to be able to do all of this in detail. So it'd have to be kind of like, you know, stacks and stacks and stacks of books and things. They'd have to be kind of like, I'd have to modularise them to be able to do it. So this would all be like, you know, random bricks and whatever. And then we'll have like a broom sweeping up here, so in the background. Yeah, more like witchy type accessories. That'll be kind of like just doing a little dust cloud of sweeping. And then just over here we'll have a little pot plant. And again, it'll be a nice big He goes back to eat the imp. But this is, you know, I've got this idea in my head, and I just want to keep doing it, man. You know what I mean? I just want to keep adding to the little scene. But I think I'm gonna have to just park it. It's one of them things I could just keep going forever, just adding and adding to it. If I do, it's going to end up as a, you know, end up giving me a headache and never actually getting finished. So I say Kickstarter's live now. It's oh, you turd bag. Let me just do something. There we go. So yeah, it's committed anyway. It's all in. Yeah, I could do them all separately. I mean, let's say I may kind of like chip away and just add to it, because I think it's one of these things that is going to bother me if I don't do it. So I need to make the effort and get it finished to the standard I'm happy with. But again, equally, it's one of them where, you know, finished is better than not finished, isn't it? So I'll get it done as much as I can. And at the moment, the diorama as she stands is nice. It works. It's going to give people a nice little project to paint and stuff. So I'm quite pleased with it as is. But I would really like to push it that little bit further. And just do something a little bit bigger and more impressive than I've done before, really. You know what I mean? So, but again, it's one of those kind of things where, like, you know, I can. That's the kind of thing you'd really put in a stretch goal as a, you know, if people are really like lapping it up, we go, right, you know, I'll do it, because what you don't want to do is put tons and tons and tons of work in up front and then kind of suddenly go, all right, well actually, you know, I've done all of this hard work and nobody's buying it. And that's what you don't want, you know what I mean? So, a quick page refresh, how we're doing. 197, there we go. Creeping up, which is what I want to see. I mean, I would love to have seen like 500 people come in and go, bang, there you go. Yeah, you can add stretch goals anytime you want. So the launch is on for 30 days. If I sculpt extra stuff, I can kind of go, right, it's a stretch goal, and then it's down to me whether I say it's a stretch goal and I'm going to include it in with the base pledge, or it's a stretch goal and you can buy it as an add-on. So obviously, it depends on how much money it makes. So a normal figure, I'd be looking at charging £450 to £500 for a standard, you know, like one of these kind of guardsman kind of characters. You'd be talking about 458-ish. I mean, with the amount of like copy and pasting I've done on these guys, you probably end up saving a bit on kind of a bulk order where you're doing loads of. Say I'm just doing one and it's sculpted from scratch, like this guy. You're talking like 450, 500. So with a model like the Warlock, where it's extra detailed, it's got poly painting and stuff like that, that's taken a lot longer. You're talking that's probably about 1,500 worth of kind of commission work. So it's relative to the amount of effort you have to put in. So if I don't get like £1,500 out of the Kickstarter, then it hasn't really paid for my time and my input. So it's more about kind of making sure that there's the amount of effort and work I put in is relative to what I think I'm going to get back out of it. That makes sense? Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the first thing I want to do, and I really do, I am already planning to do this bit as a stretch goal. The first little one I want to drop in. So if we beat if we get to about the £2,000 mark, I'm going to add these two. The pissed off imp with a pile of books and the what do you call it? The carnivorous plant about to eat him. So I'm going to put those two in as a little extra. I think if we get to like £4,000, I might do the bookcases, and maybe like the broom, and then, God, if we end up at like £6,000 or £7,000 or something like that, I may actually just go and say I'll just do the whole scene. But the scene, if I do the scene, it's going to be a commitment to do it rather than, you know, I can't add it in with the deliverables with the rest of it because it's not sculpted. And what I don't want to do is, we've got Crystal Collapse ready to go after this. I don't want this running on for like months and months and months and holding up Crystal Collapse Kickstarter launch, because obviously I want to kind of get that out in the marketplace and kind of get it in front of people. And again, we were talking about obviously Crystal Collapse being a kind of a box game that you can kind of like pick up with physical miniatures and stuff. But I think the short term reality of it is we're probably going to end up doing a print and play initially, and we'll use that as a kind of a testing period as well. So what we can do is when the where is it? Where's my buckle? It's not that one. That's the wrong buckle. There it is. Yeah, while it's running, we can kind of go, right, this is like a testing period. So before we commit it to a hard copy book, we can kind of say, right, well, we're going to do the digital one first, and then anything any feedback we get from people when they're actually playing the game actively, we can incorporate into the second edition, which will be the box game. Yeah, no worries. God, believe me, I don't think for a moment that I'm sitting here with anybody's undivided attention. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm pretty sure everybody else has just got me on as background noise, just to kind of like keep them occupied or keep them company while they're you know, doing what do we call it these days? Adulting, you know, house chores, work, jobs, etc., etc. All that kind of good stuff. Hey, Charles, how you doing, matey? Hope you're keeping well. Oh, right, now the physical copy of the Warlock as well. I'm going to get it on store later on today. She is going to be available in the web store during the Kickstarter campaign. So whilst it's running online, they're going to be available as a pre-order. So I can run off copies. So if anybody wants one, they're going to be around about the £30 mark, I think. Well, in reality, they're probably going to end up around about 40 by the time we've added the table and everything in. But I am going to put them on a discount for the pre-order, just to kind of tie in with the Kickstarter kind of like discounts and bargains and whatever else. So yeah, if you wanna get a copy of the Warlock as a thingy, then obviously get on and just follow the campaign. Oh, that's it. That's the thought. I haven't put a pound pledge on that one. Do you know what? Let's go and get in and do that, because that should have been there from the beginning. Do you know what? Did I put the end date on the... Well, that was nearly a clanger drop, wasn't it? The specify an end date on new things. I really should have put that in at the beginning. Right, so we're talking the 4th, aren't we? No, 2nd, sorry, yeah. Right, there we go. Disaster averted, I think. Oh, I hate doing that. You're trying to rotate it round, you forget that little head, you get a bit too close to that head in the corner and then it flips your screen round like 1,000 times and completely disorientates you. Okay, there's Sergeant Rosie done. To move his hood down a touch over here so it's not in front of his mouth. I'm going to lift the hood up on this side so it just contacts the bottom of his hat. And again, it will just remove the need for some supports and stuff here, just to stop it from basically just being a free hanging area or having to pull out little piddly supports out of there. Right, Fisky. I've been sculpting for 20 years ish. So yes, I painted miniatures since I was 5 years old. So that's I'm 39 now. So I've done 34 years of miniature painting. I sculpted in green stuff, like physical sculpts, from about the age of 16, in fact probably about 14 actually. Took up sculpting properly when I was about 19 I think. And then I did some kind of like semi-professional sculpting work back then, like part-time. And then 2010 I switched over to using ZBrush. So if you see other people sculpting online, you'll probably find they've come from like a video game background. You'll see a lot of people have got this way of assembling models that's all topology clean and everything else. My way of doing it is all basically the same as what I always used to do when I was sculpting miniatures in green stuff. So I still use the same kind of like techniques and things, but just just digital versions of them. Yeah, it's all like self-taught and trying to figure out the best ways of doing stuff, and sometimes it works. There's a lot of experimentation involved. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Chainmail being an absolute prime example of it. It's something that's just taxed the hell out of me, because the technique I used to use, sculpting in green stuff, didn't really translate across to ZBrush very well. So I've had to try and find workarounds to make things more viable. But I think I'm in a good place with it. I'm happy with it now, so I can't complain. Let's add this cloak back onto him. Where are you? Yeah, I've been sculpting full time now since January 2020, just before lockdown and everything happened. So basically, I had a business doing it as in resin first, so we were selling physical miniatures. That was going back to about 2015, 2016. And those miniatures, we actually I put them into UK Games Expo 2018, into the awards categories. And the mini range of all the, I'm sure they said there was something like 160 people or 160 companies entered the competition in that particular category. And of all of the entrants, the shortlist for the top 3 was me, Games Workshop, and Steamforge. Which, you know, if I'm honest, I'm pretty happy with that lineup. To be in there, and yeah, it kind of ended up not going in my favour, unfortunately. Games Workshop won, but I still call it a fiddle because they were a major event sponsor, and probably shouldn't be allowed to enter the, you know, the actual competitions and stuff. But yeah, 2018 we actually had, or it might be 2019 I think, but we had Nebo from My Mini Factory came round, and he was canvassing people, trying to find people to sign up to the My Mini Factory service, because it was all quite new and fledgling then. And he came up and had a chat to me, and I kind of initially dismissed it. And then afterwards I kind of got to thinking about it, and the physical miniatures, trying to do that as a part-time thing was killer. It was like, it was destroying the relationship with my wife. You know, it was taking time away from the kid, from spending it with my son. I was working like long days in my day job, and then coming home and, like, instead of sculpting, which is what I wanted to be doing, I was having to like fulfill client orders and stuff, and, you know, fulfill customer orders. And in like 2 years I'd never sculpted another miniature. It was you know, I did all this sculpting for the Kickstarter, and then once it was fulfilled, that was it. Then it was like, you know, no more sculpting, you know, because of no more time. So yeah, I got to doing the digital sculpts then, because, like I say, I listened to Nebo and I thought, you know, let's see how it works, let's see how it goes. I didn't even know there was a market for it at the time. You know, I was completely in the dark about, you know, home MSLA 3D printers and all that kind of stuff. Kind of knew SLA printers existed, but not in a kind of a hobby capacity that they actually were at the time. And yeah, it kind of turned out that I released the range of models that I'd previously made. And I ended up making something like about 6 months worth of releases or something like that, kind of out of the stuff I already had, and I was supplementing them with like a couple of sculpts a month. And then the patronage grew, so like I ended up with like 450 odd patrons by about November of that year, like a tenner a piece. So I was earning like £4.5 a month, and I wasn't earning that in my day job. And it was like, I'm earning more money doing models than I was earning like doing a full-time job. But I'd worked it out that basically by February my supply would run out. All the stuff I'd previously made was kind of done, so I had to kind of make a decision to kind of do it full time and then kind of build on that, if you like, because otherwise it would just dry up and I'd be kind of like shooting myself in the foot. So I handed my notice in November, and then January I went full time. 23rd of January 2020 I went full time on it. And then 2 months later we're in bloody lockdown. The patronage numbers cut in half, and the amount of competition like more than quadrupled. So we ended up with at the beginning there was like me and about 40 other people providing STL files, and there was I was quite well established, quite well thought of in the market. And then literally overnight, from March to April, there's 180 people in the same arena who are all people who have been like furloughed or made redundant or whatever it is, suddenly all kind of like chucking their hat in the ring, throwing like models out into the marketplace. And a lot of them they're not proper miniatures, they're models, but they're being sold as miniatures because these guys, they're not hobbyists, they don't know any better, they just know that they can make a bit of money by selling the foils. So they get in there and they do it. But then what happens is I've been going into these different groups on Facebook kind of every month, kind of saying, here's my new release, here's my new release, here's my new release. And now I'm doing the same thing in amongst 180 other people who are doing it as well. So like it became 10 times harder to try and like market your wares, be seen and whatever else. And then we got the introduction of like the big studios like Loot Studios and what they called Titan Forge and those kind of guys. They all come along and then they kind of go, it's like I'm charging 10 quid for 7 models a month and people are fine. But then all of a sudden these guys turn up and go, 10 quid a month, 150 miniatures. They're like, you arseholes. It's kind of like all of a sudden it's like you've just pushed the floor out of the entire market, and suddenly like people are looking at my stuff kind of going, but that's not value for money. It's like it was a month ago, but like all of a sudden like people's perceptions changed, and the stuff that these guys are releasing, they're being made by video game artists in the Philippines, who don't do miniatures. They don't know what miniatures are. It really shows when you look at some of the figures. And they've got these they've got these kind of over detailed surface textures that just they won't print and they certainly won't paint, and there's no consideration for the sculpt as physical miniatures as the end product that it's actually going to be. So yeah, so it kind of changed the whole marketplace then, and it's I've managed it and I've done all right through there, but it's been much harder going than I was hoping it was going to be. And for me personally, like I say, I've got my wife's a teacher, or was a teacher. She works for me full time now, but she was a teacher. And then when we were at the beginning of lockdown, she was still having to like teach lessons, and we got 2 kids who are also having to do like lessons at school and stuff. So while she's in there kind of having to like teach lessons, I've got to have the kids and occupy them. So my working output went down to about 30% because I literally just couldn't get on with any work. So my productivity dropped, the subscriptions dropped off and everything else, and it's been an uphill struggle ever since, really. So yeah, and that's exactly like you say. What's that? There's so many companies offering STLs, but a lot less in. There's an awful lot of people in places like Brazil, the Philippines, or kind of like like East Asia kind of thing, and like a lot of these people, they are able to work for a lot less and charge a lot less for their services. But equally, I think a lot of the times you do get what you pay for, and it might look like a lovely render. Yeah, exactly. They may look like lovely renders, but my usual kind of like likeness is, you know, would you go to a chef who doesn't eat food and say, cook me a lovely meal? Do you know what I mean? They've got no appreciation of the end product. How can they possibly kind of do it justice? So, thank you, Bunker, and I know, and I appreciate every little bit of it. So that's why I set up the affiliate program as well, to be honest, because I wanted to make sure that, you know, if you guys are helping me and you're pushing me and stuff like that, I want to make sure you're rewarded for your efforts. And you know, I could give you freebies, I could give you, you know, pat on the back and a cuddle and stuff like that, but really I think what everybody needs is a little bit of cash, isn't it? So I'll set up the affiliate program, and then hopefully if people are painting my stuff and then posting them online, yeah, I know, mate, but like I say, I want to show you I appreciate it and actually kind of reward you for your efforts. So, and like I say, I'm happy to sort you out with freebies and stuff as well. But obviously, if you're going to go and pimp my wares and help get my name spread around, and you know, get the help me to be successful, it's only fair that you're sharing that. You know, help make me a millionaire, and you know, line your own pockets in the process. So, Hayley wants a bigger house, and she got no chance, man. It's not. It ain't happening. The last move was just too stressful. Ain't moving for me, you know. Unless we like end up kind of with a massive landslide of no, not what's called windfall of cash, and what do you call it? I could just buy a new house with all the stuff in it and not have to kind of bother moving, and I'm never moving house ever again. Ah, right. Is he? Have you got a little bet on, have you, to see who gets an affiliate sale first, have you, or something? Fire your link in, Bunker. Put your affiliate link up, man. Right, let's put Sergeant Rosie up here with Constable Bunker. And Constable Kev. Hey, Rosie. How are we doing, matey? There you go. What do you think of your dude, anyway? There we go. Barking some orders at people. Matey. Right, at least I get to see your Chilcon on Saturday, though. Right, who do I do as a shooter? I think I might give Elston, put Elston's crossbow in his hand. He can be a shooty sergeant. Let's do Ross next. I did joke I was going to make him all Nurgle-fied. Can I say he's come back from Adepticon with a lurgy as Ross. I have, mate, I have. It's in my wardrobe, ready to rock. Got a choice of several. Did I say I was going to do Ross shooting then, or I already can't remember. Yeah, I'll do Elston shooting. I might do Ross shooting as well. Do Josh running, waving a truncheon round. Yeah, let's do. Where is my mirror thing? There. Right, I don't want a pointy hand for this one. You just knew he was there. I'll leave that off for now. Let's chop his hand off. Oh, knackers. Get in the right place. Right, guys, I'm just gonna pop you on a BRB for a minute. Go and grab a coffee, and then I'll see how my prints are doing. I might have to just quickly change the prints before I come back on. But it shan't be long. I'll be back in a minute. So if you guys want to go and have a little gander at my web store, then feel free. I'm pretty sure Bunker's got a discount code you can use. And also, you can go and have a little gander at me Kickstarter. Is it working, Bunker? Oh, do you know why? I'm not logged into me mix it up thing. That's why I didn't get a notification when Dice Guy raided in. Dumbass. That's what I am. Bloody thing. I don't even know if it's fair enough. I know, mate, I know, I'm sorry. Try it again, see if it works. Yeah, man. There we go. And a sound effect as well. Oosh, have it. Right. I'm going to go and... I'm going to go and grab my coffee. Cheers, matey. I'm going to say, if anybody wants to go and have a little look at the Kickstarter project, or if you want to go and have a little browse on my web store, if I'm honest, any web store orders coming in now will not be shipped until... Bunker, do you know what? I need to make that. Let's get that up and running so it's ready to rock, and I'll sort that out in a bit. But for now, I'm going to leave you lovely people, and I'll be back to you in a minute. Catch you in a bit, guys. There you go, it's back in. A coffee and a Kit Kat. It's got drown coming down from the house as well. It's pissing down outside. Okay. Yeah, we did it last night actually, Bunker. We sat down last night and we did it on a kind of a pre-recorded thing, so I think he'll be doing a little bit of prep and getting it sorted. But it was a good little chat. It was. It's always funny chatting with Kev. We went off on so many weird tangents as well. Some good questions in there actually as well. Right, Bunker, try your Kickstarter command again. I want to say I've just set it up, but I might have failed. There we go. Sweet. I don't know how this works, right, but the mix it up kind of program is showing that this should go out to all of the platforms, but it doesn't. Oh well. It'll just be a manual post later anyway, but. Right, did I keep a dart somewhere? No. Right then. So let's take Ross. Let's do an auto group. Oh, you turd. Ross is looking a little bit too happy. Let's make him look like an angry copper. Do you know what? Knowing Ross, I'm going to send him this now as it is, this head. And he's going to print this full size, and it's definitely going to end up getting misused. Yeah, I was just saying, if I send this to Ross now, I can imagine he's going to print it full size, and it's going to end up getting misused. I got a bit worried earlier, by the way, when I was going to the to make my coffee, because I've got no running water in the office. So if I'm going to put water anywhere, if I'm going to make a coffee up here and use my coffee machine, I've got to bring water with me. And the only thing I've got going on in here at the moment is the printers, and I could just hear like trickling water from somewhere. I was thinking, oh my god, it's like as the FEP ripped out of the bottom of my printer, and it's like, is it resin leaking out? I can't see both my printers from here, so I was just terrified that there was this. I was going to go around the corner, there's going to be a big old pool of resin somewhere. Couldn't find anything. Stepped outside, it was chucking with rain. It's the drain pipe on the side of my office, like trickling down. But it sounds in here. It sounds like it's inside. What's that? Is that noise in the back? BT. I better not need my internet fixing again. Now, the only noise you should hear here at the moment is just printers whirring. So I've got the I've got them running to try and get stock ready for ChillCon at the moment, so that'll be the noisy part. I have, mate. They are grifting, them printers are. They're gonna need to. I don't even know how much stock I've got. I'll be honest, I've got a, I think I'm going to, well, I know what I'm going to do. What we're going to do is we're going to take the stock we've got available, and then if people want anything we don't have, then I'm going to take a back order for it on the day. And then when we come back after ChillCon, we'll prioritise any kind of orders that have come in from ChillCon customers. We'll get them turned around and shipped out pretty much immediately. So I just don't know what to take. You know, we've got so many models in the range now. It's like, where do I even begin? I don't want to print so much stuff that I've just got, like, you know, a huge glut of excess kicking around, and I've got to try and store it and whatever else. So it needs to be, whatever I do, I've got to make sure I've got stuff that I think is going to sell. But it's always a bit tricky. Yeah, I mean, the Lucky Dip's fully loaded now. Hayley restocked it last night for us. So she got all of the she got all the Lucky Dip stock. Popped it into the box, give it a bit of a mix up and whatever. So yeah, there's a good amount of stuff in there. Oops, let's leave that one where it is. So yeah, we'll be I won't say focusing on the Lucky Dip so much, but I want to be promoting the Kickstarter. Get some eyes on the model for that. I want to see if I can get some 75mm versions of the Barbarian run off, so she's ready to sell as well. It's always the thing, isn't it? Whenever you do a trade show, it's trying to kind of gauge the market and see what's going to sell. I need to have a look at what sold well last time round and try and gauge off that, really, but it's easier said than done sometimes. Because last time round at ChillCon surprised me, man, because like a lot of the stuff that, yeah, I didn't actually think to bring many of it with me. I've got a bunch of my son's Beholders as well, so we'll be selling some of Jacob's Beholder models. I only had a few copies of the Barbarian last time round, so I didn't actually think to bring her. But when we got there was a couple in my box that were from Only Games that they sent me as test pieces. Yeah, my manufacturing my bad books again today. Payment run yesterday, they forgot to put me on it. I had to get in touch with them and give them a kicking about it and say, look, you know, I'm supposed to have been paid today, can you please sort it out? It's like, you know, I shouldn't have to chase them for that. You know what I mean? Company that size, they should have their shit together. Unfortunately, they just don't. let's give him a wider stance. I'll change his trousers as well. Give him a bit of a different leg set. So we want the foot underneath the shoulder. now I've got to reposition all the other stuff. I have to re-sculpt some donut mail here as well, I think. I thought that was already on. Clearly not. Hey Fisky, how you doing? You might get away with not re-sculpting this chainmail here because the majority of it is actually still below the belt on the armour and stuff, so I think I can avoid having to adjust. Nice, nice, nice. So I get told off if I call lunch dinner. My daughter Willow, she will not have it at all. When I was growing up, like, your lunch was dinner, do you know what I mean? It was dinner time. At school it was dinner time, at home it was dinner time. You ring the dinner bell, do you know what I mean? But like, she just will not have it now. Oh, very nice. good choice. I've got a kind of a generic Colombian coffee. Which is rather nice. Well, I got accused of being northern by Kev yesterday. But he says anything north of Watford Gap's northern to him, so. Yeah, I think it's one of them. It's one of them funny things, isn't it? I would never consider myself northern, but if you're from down south, then everyone's northern. What are you planning? What's hobbying that's waiting for you? Good, I've got a lot, haven't you? Did you just play the 40k games, like 40k then, or was it? Oh, and Age of Sigmar as well. I still can't get behind the whole Seraphon thing. It sounds like angels to me, that does, but then like obviously it's lizardmen. They should have called them the old ones or something like that, because that was what they, or the Slann, shouldn't they? Like gone something that was more, because what they really wanted was something that was their own brand, something that's not generic sounding like lizardmen. Yeah, exactly. But Slann was their own, wasn't it? Did Slann come from anywhere else, or was that? They always called them the old ones, didn't they? I remember when they first came out, that edition of Warhammer Fantasy Battles where you got the High Elves versus the Lizardmen. It was a nice little box set, that one was. Actually, was it High Elves or was it? Wasn't High Elves, was it that one? Was it Empire? It was Empire, wasn't it, actually, thinking about it? Was it Bretonian? Bretonian, that was it. Bretonian was the men. Or am I just chatting crap here? Oh, come on, guys, help me out. Who was in the Warhammer Fantasy Battles box set with the Lizardmen? Was it High Elves, or was it the Empire, or was it Bretonian? I'm struggling to remember now. Actually do my heading. Oh, nearly at 300. Still climbing. It was the Empire. Or was it at least Bretonian? Oh man. So they've got it here on eBay for 300 quid. Which seems excessive to me, but Lizardmen and Men armies, that really does not help, does it? I want to say that's Bretonian, isn't it? Because that's a Bretonian archer right there on the back, in the red tabard, and then you got, yeah, that's Bretonians. That, if I remember right, was the first appearance of Lizardmen. I don't understand who would have a game like that and like have it sealed still. You know what I mean? Unless it's like shop stock or something like that that's been kicking around for a long time. But well, yeah, I suppose. Yeah, but a game's different, isn't it? You know, you buy boxes of models and stuff, and then you may not get around to opening them, and then by the time you've you know, lost interest in them, whatever it is, they might still be sitting there unopened. I think I've got some Infinity stuff that's in that condition actually. Some of the old Infinity boxed light sets, but with a game, I think you're buying a game to kind of play it, aren't you? Really, so at the very minimum, you'd bust it open as soon as you got it to like read the rule book and stuff. So Yeah, I've got Blood Bowl like opened, partially assembled and unplayed at the moment. I bought it for playing with my son. I thought he might like it, but then I thought, oh, I'll just assemble all of the models first, and it's taken ages to actually try and assemble them. Like, there's such complicated minis in there, it's ridiculous, and there's loads of them as well. But I think you get good value for money in it. You know, I can't knock them for that. Although I will also say I bought it from an FLGS. I didn't get it from Games Workshop, so I did get it at a discounted price, which might be why it was fairly reasonable. I think GW's prices on it are a bit steep, but where's the bloody crossbow music? It's there. Yeah, I'd rather kind of support the FLGS if I'm, you know, if I've got a choice. Always buy from them over Games Workshop directly. Get a cloak. Let's duplicate and bring it up. Nice. When you say we, you've got one yourself, or in a partnership with somebody, or are you just talking about your local one expanding, or what's the context? I'm intrigued. Bloody rude right away because it's doing my head in. No worries. I don't think I even had ads on my stream. What, we've got them all turned off. Yeah, I was just saying, is it your own store you're setting up, or is it like, are you talking we as in like, you know, the royal we kind of thing? Or are you talking like, you know, a friend of yours, or your local or something like that is relocating, or... Well, that's just scam, isn't it? Sign up for that. Yeah, I looked at the I did look at putting ads in and doing a bit of monetization on my stream and everything, and then when I looked at it, they were like, they want you to have something like, is it like 15 minutes of ads in an hour or something like that? You've got to do it. You've got to meet a quota, and they kind of recommend it in like chunks. I'm like, well, you know, I'm actually talking to people and kind of demonstrating stuff. I don't want you to kind of have to go, oh, we're running into an ad now, and I've just missed everything that's just been said. So, hey, fair play, man. Fair play. Hey, if you want to stock any of my minis, just give me a shout and I'll sort something out with you. No, it's good that your investor's enthusiastic about it as well, though, because that'll make it easier for them to understand what the crack is. Do you know what I mean? And there was a share a lesson learned for you here. Actually, there's a geek retreat that was in Solihull, where I live, and they opened like February last year. By the July they were closed. And what they'd done is they tried to make it into like a board games cafe where people could come and, you know, play games. They had like a library of games for you to choose from and play, and retro consoles like, you know, Super Nintendo and NES and Mega Drives and stuff like that. You can come in and just play your games and chill. And they had like a coffee there, a cafe there, so you could, the idea was they get people in, and those people come and buy food and drink and stuff like that from them, and then that kind of keeps them ticking over. And they ran like Pokemon tournaments and various other bits and bobs. And where I think the whole thing kind of like fell on its arse and like lost money, they didn't charge for the table space, and they also didn't prohibit bringing food and drink into the premises. So every time I went in there, go for a coffee and grab a couple of packs of Pokemon cards from a nipper, or some Funko Pops and stuff like that. Go and sit down, and there's all these like teenagers in there playing Pokemon, taking up all the tables and stuff, and they're all busting open their own bags, having getting a drink out of there and having a chinwag with their mates, but not actually ever buying anything. Maybe they go and buy a pack of Pokemon cards and stuff, but I think they need to be, if you're going to be doing that kind of thing and allowing people to come in and use the tables, really you want to be charging for it. because otherwise it's just, you know, you're either not going to make any money on it, or yeah, it's not great, is it? Well, I wouldn't even say heavily encourage. I think you need to mandate. You know, maybe if people bring water or something like that, you can't stop them drinking water and things. You know, make sure you've got it available, but don't stop them drinking water. But you need to say, like, you know, we're a business before we're not a games club. We're a business. You know what I mean? And even if they're at a games club, be paying subs and buying stuff from the tuck shop in there and stuff. So, you know. So where about you setting up? Is it in Manchester or is it somewhere else? Or if you've got a Facebook page for it, go onto our Discord channel and pop it in the self-promotion thread. Give you a follow and see how you're getting on. Yeah, don't forget to make a big thing of your online store as well, because you're gonna the online store is the thing I think the Geek Retreat is missing. So Battleground Gaming is my FLGS. They're based around in Acock Screen, just around the corner from me, about 15 minutes away. And they've obviously got an online store, and they're selling all their stock in store and online, and you know, letting people know when the pre-orders are coming in so they can get orders placed and stuff. They've got a Discord community as well, so all of that kind of stuff helps. Oh, you got a license as well. Nice. Yeah, that'll be a good one to have as well. If you can get I don't know what your budget's like, but you want to get yourself some like craft beers done. Goblin Games, the guy who runs Goblin Gaming, or I say runs it. I don't think he does now. I don't think he's anything to do with the business. He's like sold it and moved on. His name's James. He set up a Goblin Cafe. Oh, where is it now? And I'm sure he had his own Goblin Ale brewed for it. He's got his own like craft beers that he sells in the thing. Got to check now. Oh, you've spoken to James, have you? Nice. Well, you want to get your dad to brew up some, like, you know, D&D themed ales or something like that, just to, you know, microbrew type stuff. People will bite your hand off for that stuff. I didn't even know TT Combat do their own ale. Yeah, all these kind of things, I think that they kind of, they go to give you a kind of a good identity, don't they? And you get that, you know, nice reputation with the customers. No, TT Combat was Troll Trader. So they were more for doing like cards and stuff, I think, in the initial early days. Here you go, this one here. Goblin Coffee and Beer. So they, where are they now? Not Northwich. But they've got Oh, maybe they haven't got their own homebrew beers. Yeah, like live singers and all this kind of stuff. But they are more a coffee shop. They're not really what do you call it? They're not like a hobby store or anything like that. So his name James, who's the owner or the guy who set it up. So he was he'd gone and done like business degrees and various other things while he was running that place, and he kind of built it from nothing. And they're quite a big successful online store now. But he's kind of sold the business on and moved on to other things. And the Goblin Coffee and Beer is like his new venture. So yeah, he's got he's quite savvy and he knows his stuff. Do you know what I mean? So he's quite a good person to kind of take a lead from in that respect. Oh, another thing is a tip from him actually, but one of the things James did when he set up Goblin Gaming, basically he told me he basically acquired a rack of Games Workshop stock that was, I think a mate of his was closing down a business or something, and he got a load of it left over. And he says, "Oh, I'll buy it off you." So he bought it off him on the cheap, and then he put it online and advertised it with like a markdown price. And yeah, basically he goes off and sets this website up for Goblin Gaming. And he was a web developer by trade, you know what I mean? He knew what he was doing. Gives it a lovely polished website and made it look all bells and whistles and stuff like they'd been around for years. And basically just faked it essentially. Just made it look like they were bigger than they were. Like, they've got big warehouses. It was him in like a back room of a flat or something like that, but he made it look like it was a big business with warehouses and whatever else. And then next day he gets his orders through for a couple of like the bits of Games Workshop stock he's got. Goes down to the post office, packages them up, sends them out. But he made a point of getting customer reviews right from the offset. So right from the word go, the first thing he did was kind of go and get Trustpilot reviews in place. So all of his customers get requested to fill in the Trustpilot thing. So over the time, yeah, exactly, fake it till you make it. Over the time he was doing it, then he builds up like a really kind of like massive kind of catalogue of positive reviews, and it just stood him in good stead then. And like that in itself just built up more and more and more what do you call it, more stuff. But I think they have got a physical store like now they have physically got it, but yeah, it was more of a kind of that was just how we kind of started out. Hey Rafu, how you doing, matey? Yeah, so as I say, it's all I find it all quite interesting to see how everyone kind of like gets to where they are. So everyone's got different backgrounds, and you get into things different ways. And let's just pull that back off his shoulder a touch. Yeah, that's one way of putting it. Interesting, frustrating, terrifying. Demon Prince models. I've got. Okay, let me. I'll show you my store. So, first thing we're gonna do is just check back on the Kickstarter and see where we're at. Woohoo! Past the £300 mark. 24 backers. See if we can hit £1,000 by the end of the day. I don't think it will start going up until later on when the people are back home from work and whatever. I'll start posting it a bit more in the groups and whatever else. But so we go to lionstower.com. So at the moment we've got Boona Battle Axe. So everybody gets a copy of him if you're spending over £40 in your orders. And then we've got right, so resin miniatures. So if I go to Devil and Demon as a class, so we've got Baldrius the Cambion. So he's not quite a demon prince, but he is a big old unit of a kind of a humanoid character. He's quite large. We've got the Narzugon, the Infernal Paladin, and then we've got as larger ones. I suppose the biggest one we've got is this guy, Ifrit the Therian. So he's a big old bugger. He is 120mm tall. So he's 32mm scaled, but he's 120mm tall. But as part of the next month, I've got to do. I think it's next month. I've got a Pit Fiend to make, which is kind of a demon prince. So like a Pit Fiend, kind of like as a kind of an infernal commander. So that'll be getting made. So the demon legions will be getting expanded upon. But yeah, we've got the Goatmen, we've got the Merigons, the Spirigons, the Spine Devils, Hellhounds, Imps, Bearded Devils, and then Slobberchops, who's a Tressim, so not technically a demon, but what he is a devil cat. But oh no, don't buy anything from my manufacturer. They're crap. I loathe them. If you want to get anything from my things, best thing to do is grab it from my website. So if you sign up for the newsletter, you get 10% discount. You get a code for that. If you use the code CHILCON20 at the moment, you get 20% off your entire order with no minimum spend. And I think there's a discount code which, well, I know there's a discount code. There it is. Go. So use that code and that'll get you 25% off, but I can't remember if it's a one use only or not. So you can use that code and that'll get you discounts. If you sign up as a Patreon, as a patron subscriber, you also get a 40% discount as a Patreon subscriber, and that'll be updated every month. You'll get a new code issued. That's 40% off STLs and 20% off resin. Everything's 32mm scale, mate. So if you want to scale them down to 28mm, they're kind of true scale. So rather than being heroic scale, they're true scale minis. So they kind of scale quite well to 28mm anyway. But if you want to physically scale an STL down, I think you print it at something like 92% or something like that. It's like an 8% reduction in size. But I provide Lychee supports for everything, so all you do is you take the Lychee supports, rescale the model, and then recalculate the supports, and they'll just print perfect then. So yeah, you could do that. You could scale him up and do him at 50mm or something like that. Or 60mm or something. He'd be quite respectable in that kind of size, I think. And there's nothing on him that will really give you scale away, I don't think. So But it is closer up for you. So there we go. Where am I up to with this dude then? So let's put his belt around his cloak as a fastener. And I'll need to stick an... Oh god, where's that gone? Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean the other thing is if there's anything you really need, I'm always open to taking requests and stuff. So I can't promise I can do everything that gets requested, but if it's something that kind of fits with my existing range, or I'm in the middle of doing something and it's an addition, a small addition, then I can usually get that kind of stuff done. No worries. Yeah, I was saying if you want to stock any of my stuff when you set up in your shop and whatever, just hit me up, give us a shout, and we can sort something out with you. So we're just about to start upscaling production. So we're going to be doing production for Cursed Empire, and also for one of our new partners who are based out in Australia, Winter's Tales. So yeah, we'll be having more printers available, you know, higher product turnarounds, like in terms of stock and whatnot. But yeah, it's all good, positive stuff. Oh, because I actually physically coloured them, mate. So I coloured her eyes and I coloured her ears because when I was trying to sculpt the model, it was difficult to try and get a 2D character to look like a 3D model without having some kind of like references. So I did the eyes in to make sure that they were the same as the illustration. And I did the ears red, just to make sure it was obvious that they were strawberries and not cat ears. So more than anything, really. So, well, do you know what I need to do? It's me tinkering again, isn't it? Look what you've done, Bonka. Look what you've done. You started me on it again. Hey, Rosie. There we go. Strawberries. Yeah, I know, just so disruptive, isn't it? Right, I need to find the arrow. I don't know where I put it now. I think I had, and I think I saved it out into the component library, I hope. Weapons, missile. I'll save it in a component in my sculpt library. Or did I, like a clanger, not save it anywhere and not keep it? So I know I used this as a model. Yeah, how's the day going, Rosie? Keeping you on your toes, or you're alright? Got it for you, mate. What else are on? Right. Oh mate, sorry about that. Was I dipping in and out of like random crap, or were you just not able to kind of like watch properly because of work and stuff? I'll show you where we're up to anyway. We've got a team of 5 at the moment with you at the helm. So we've got Sergeant Rosie, we've got Constable Kev, Constable Wonka, we've got Corporal Strawberry, and Constable Fohammer. Or Constable Ross, not sure yet which one to go with. Right, you just run around like a madman then. Well mate, I hope your day gets better from here on out. Still got a few hours left of the afternoon, so there's still time. Oh guys, I need to put you on a BRB for a minute, just because I've got to switch that printer over. So I need to try and cycle another print round. So I'm going to pop you on a BRB while I do that. I won't be too long. Just got to get the models off, get them in the wash, and just get a new print run. But I was going to run the same one again, so I haven't got to faff around with what do you call it, Lightroom or anything like that. So I'll be back to you guys very, very shortly, okay people? Do not go away, and I'll be back in a minute. Right, I'm back, guys. Oh, I missed a bit. What's going on? Yes, Rosie, printing yours and Bunker's Warlock. So I've got one printed up already, so I need to get another one run off in amongst other bits and bobs. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go on there later on. Got 2.5 hours before the next print's off. So once it's done, I'll get your the Warlock done. I just need to run off a second couch then afterwards. So let's see what it's saying. Chicken curry rosé, nice. Four scrambled eggs. Bunker, you flash git. Hey, Judge. How you doing, mate? Hope you keep him on, Nathaniel, mate. You going to be joining us at Chalk on the weekend? Hopefully see you there. What did I? Let's save this as crossbow bolt. £9 for 24 eggs. Jesus Christ, mate. They're dinosaur eggs. That's a bit steep, isn't it? Well, you know, if you're going to make a cake, you've got to practice, haven't you? I'll tell you what, I don't know about you guys, I'm really hoping catering is squared up for Chilcon this year. If they're foodless again for any reason, it's going to be a killer. Yeah, I know Steve's favourite's the crepe lady, isn't it? But I remember the last one when she actually came. Going back a while now, but like when she actually came, Steve was gutted at the end because he spent all day running around. He was desperately looking forward to it. And by the time he got a chance to actually go and get something, she'd gone. She left. Poor Steve only ordered her for himself. He only booked her so he had something to eat. Yeah, no worries, Rosie. You take it easy, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day, and hope it gets better from here out. Save this. Oh, Kickstarter 417. It is going well. I was having a little look in the back end report. You can see what people have been backing and stuff. So shows you here reward and fulfillment. I don't remember this on the previous one. I don't remember it actually showing. You can see we've got 22 people have backed on the early birds. One person's backed on the £10 one, which means that they've done themselves out of £2. 5 people have backed commercial licenses. Which kind of allows you to sell 3D prints. And then we've got 15 people have gone for the accessory pack, and one person's added the barbarian files. So it's going well so far. So overall, quite pleased with the progress. What then? What do I need to do on him now? Just merge him back together. So I need to take his arms and hands and everything else. Yeah, it's always interesting having a little nosy in the back end and seeing what kind of functionality they give you. It's another thing with my manufacturer, like the issues with the like the interface. They make the whole site verging on unusable. Things are so slow and unresponsive. It's just bad. If I wasn't already so heavily invested there, I would not be using it. Let's group them together, and I was going to redo a Dynamesh on everything with group supplied. And what I'll do is that'll turn the arms into a single solid mesh. Okay, and now what I can do, I'll turn my turds. Turn dynamic tessellation on. Smooth it all out a bit. Let's redo his knuckles. You got one of them IKEA jobbies that you can buy the extra shelves for then. Oops, that was way too big. Ah, right. Yeah, I've seen quite a few places do the add-on kits for them, don't they? Where you get the extra glass shelves that you just bolt onto the cables at the corner or something. I don't know why they never like sold them themselves. Well, I think I've got a priced at 30 at the moment, without the table, and 35 with the table. But what I'm going to do, that'll be the post-campaign prices. So the kind of the not 38 with the table and the skeleton rat. The actual, oh god, what do you call it now? The actual Kickstarter price is like 20% lower. So we're putting a 20% reduction down. So I still need to work out what it is. I can't figure it out in my head. About 20. We just actually work it out. £28, mate. 28 quid. That'd be the Kickstarter price of a resin copy. So I got my my cabinet from a company called Illuminati. I don't know if it's better value or not, but they're like retail displays though, rather than like hobby displays. So, have you had a look at the Artis Opus ones? I don't know if they're generally available now. If they're yeah, these ones from Illuminati are a little bit on the steep side, to be fair. Like this is the thing I bought. This is the one I use for the shows. Nah, bunker for you, mate. 25. So like this one, I bought the. They've only got one shelf and two shelves. I've got one with 3 shelves. I have. Mine's the same as that, but it's taller with a 3rd shelf in it. Oh yeah, if you've got a mate who can CNC stuff, you don't need to be buying stuff like that. They obviously just put the lights in them, don't they? And that's it. But yeah, acrylic is better. Yeah, that's it, mate. The little wall cube things. They're nice enough, but they're just very small, aren't they? They look smart if you want to display 1 or 2 things, but like you couldn't put an army in them or anything like that. They're not designed for that. You know, one figure or a unit or something like that. Right, so let's save this. Whoops. I don't think I might let that slide. Whoops. Let's spin it round, let's get it in place. Cheers, matey. Appreciate it. Hey Dennis, how you doing, mate? Hope you're well today. Let's suss out what to print. Well, I've got my printer's burning at the moment. So I've been running non-stop trying to get ready for ChillCon the weekend. Sheffield, mate. So it's Ecclesfield, I want to say, or is that right? Eccles Hall or something like that. It's very, very close to a place called Penis Stone, which always makes me laugh when you're driving near it. Cheers, Bunker. Penis Stone or Penis Town, I think, I can't remember. Ecclesfield Secondary School is that in Sheffield. I know, yeah. You've got to be careful around Penis Stone. That's where it is there. Monkey Bay Fund, what the hell? But yeah, as you were staying at the Holiday Inn nearby, Yeah, penis stone in Sheffield. Just in case you were not sure if it's a real place. Yeah, that's where it is anyway, in Sheffield. How are we doing on the Kickstarter? Yeah, well hard. Yeah, Dennis, I've got a stand there. I'm going to be selling some stuff. So we're bringing back our lucky dip that did well last year. So last year I had the lucky dip on the stand, and we literally had, like, before the show had even opened, we had other traders and exhibitors walking around, kind of like getting a hand in there and having a go. And then literally the entire day we were just like rammed out and constantly busy. I don't think we had any kind of like real downtime, except there was like a lull just kind of late lunchtime, because all the food vans like and refreshments and stuff never showed up. So anybody that was selling any kind of food, yeah, definitely a hard place. But yeah, anybody that was selling any food there, I think there was like somebody selling cakes, like cupcakes, on one of the stands, and they were just selling out. They did brilliantly out of it, but everybody else was. Mate, I didn't even experience the sales pitch. I never got off my stall for pretty much the whole day, apart from to go to the loo. So yeah, the food vans never showed up, and because the food vans weren't there, everybody buggered off and disappeared to try and get food like mid-afternoon. So we had like a bit of a lull then, but even then it wasn't that much of a break. So we ended up with I say, just generally quite busy. So. But I can't grumble. I'd rather be busy than not. But that lucky dip was well attended all day. It was someone always had their hand in the box. So. What was the sales pitch anyway, Bunker? Only food in the building. I felt ever so sorry for them though, because like I know they'd got everyone booked in, and then it was just like a steady stream of cancellations, wasn't it? And it was like poor Steve was like stressing out Big Star, man. It made them look bad, because like I think everybody just thought it was them. Yeah, the Mead Man weren't there even. I was quite gutted about that. I always look forward to the Mead Man. Quite partial to a bit of mead. But yeah, just can't get none. The burger van, the crepe van, the everything just. Do you know, I've been umming and ahhing about doing it. How do you start? How do you go about? Is it literally like water, honey, yeast, and a demijohn kind of thing, or is there more to it? Plus, I'd really like to have a go and make a supply of it myself. Yeah, they did. They definitely weathered it, didn't they? They took it well, and I don't think it dampened people's enjoyment of the show even. Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody would have gone away from there going, "Oh, that was a show of shit. There was no food." I think everybody kind of understood that it was circumstances outside of their control. But it was the first. It was the first show after lockdowns and everything like that. So I kind of think a lot of them were just a bit wary about wanting to go out to any of these kind of things en masse. Now we're in a position where obviously, you know, what's a lockdown? I think if they tried to lock us down again, everyone would just say piss off and no one would actually do it. So, like, I literally can't imagine anybody would take it seriously if they tried to put you into lockdown again. Do you know what I mean? How long does it take to brew your mead then, mate? See, we would, but like because we travel up the night before, and we do the setup on the Friday night. You can't. We don't tend to have like any way of storing any food. So unless we pop to like a supermarket in the morning, grab some sandwiches and stuff like that, so to keep us ticking over. We have things like crisps and cakes and stuff like that, and you know a few little snacks and bits and bobs, bottles of water. So we've got some stuff to keep us ticking over, but nothing that you would call like lunch, if you like. You know what I mean? Not a proper, nothing to properly sustain you for a long period of time. But I think as long as we got a little bit of some snacks and stuff to get through. So we ended up going finishing the show at the end of it starving, and then we did we went off to stop at the services on the way back. We went to KFC. It was quite early on. We bumped into Kev from the Hobby Corner at the services in the queue for the KFC with us. So still not sure if he was stalking us or not. 6 months. Wow. If I've got to wait 6 months, I'm going to need to brew some big batches and kind of keep them cycling around, I think. Yeah, there's no such thing as COVID anymore. Doesn't exist. It's not a thing. Nobody's taking precautions. Even doctor surgeries now have started to have eased off with the whole masks thing. We took Hayley into the hospital last week for an appointment, and she goes in there and we were like, oh, masks. We'd totally forgotten about it. And we got in there and it was optional. Nobody wearing them. Are you going to the UK Games Expo for the Mike Moans meet, are you then? Oh, do you know what I just realised as well? With everything going on, I forgot to do the bloody supports for the Koroks. I think these guys will end up being a little bit late going out as well because of the... Who's ringing me now? Oh, guys, I just need to duck out a second. I've got to make a quick call to my accountants because it's year end and they're trying to submit my accounts for. Okay, I'll speak to you in a minute. I'll carry on sculpting, but give me a sec, guys. Right, we're done. I didn't get a chance to carry on sculpting, it was just a quick one. Yeah, thank you for the time check, Bunker. Yeah, UK Games Expo, it's a good show, but it is big. Do you know what I mean? It's really big. And it's expensive as well. Like trade stands there. Like when I did it back in 2018, it was like 625 quid for the stand for the 3 days, and that was the same size stand that I'll have at Chilcon, which is like 100 quid or something like that. And it's. I was talking to Mark at Footsore about the trade shows and stuff, and they're not even doing trade shows this year, I don't think. Basically said it's the most expensive way of selling toy soldiers, was his exact words. Because you've got to pay for staff, you've got to have your staff out to help on the stalls. You've then got to give them. You've got to pay them for the day. Then because they're out there on a weekend for a couple of days, they're probably going to have time off in lieu as well, so you're going to end up paying for that. Then you've got like hotel bills, you've got travel, you've got food, you've got all these other bits and bobs you have to kind of put into it. And then when you get there, people expect like a show discount and stuff as well, so it's not like, you end up selling stuff cheaper than you would if you was just doing it through your website. So I think they're taking the attitude now that it's not viable to be doing shows all the time. The one good thing about doing the shows, especially things like Chilcon where it's small and you can talk to people. Stand wise, we normally go for like 5 meters by 2 meters, I think it is, at UK Games Expo. But yeah, we don't really need that much space at the moment. But when I'm doing UK Games Expo this year, they've got like a big corner booth kind of thing. So I'll be with the Cursed Empire guys, with Chris. So I'll be there as part of the Cursed Empire team rather than just as me myself. I will get my banner up there, though. My banner will be visible. And I will have some of my stock and stuff to sell. Yeah, thanks for looking out, Bunker. Yeah, it is. It's not all conventions like you doing that. I don't think UK Games Expo really like you doing it. They don't want you to really share the stand space. You can get they call it a starter stand there, but you literally get like one 6-foot table in this like it's in like the top hall, and it's quite a small space to use. You know what I mean? You don't really you get a lot of passing traffic, but you don't get a lot of people passing through to get to other stuff. But yeah, for UK Games Expo, I'm hoping we've got Crystal Collapse like ready to rock. So we'll be able to start showcasing that a little bit as well. Yeah, I think that's I mean that's the way of doing it, isn't it? Is you do it as you'd have to kind of divvy up the cash though, wouldn't you, at the end, and just figure out who sold what and things. So it just get a little bit complicated then. Too many bits in these hands, man. I just start like merging them all together really and simplifying the whole thing a touch. Let's undo that, because that was 35 million polys I didn't need. Still more than I'd like, but I'll live with it. How big's Spud's beard now, man? Is it bigger than it was before, or? So I haven't seen Spud in ages, so. Yeah, last time I spoke to him, he was saying he's not even really hobbying anymore, is he? Because he was doing all these like conversions and stuff, weren't he? All these kit bashing and all that kind of good stuff. I think he's just stopped doing all of it. It's always a shame, isn't it? But you know, real life and all that kind of business always gets in the way of stuff. No, mate, I've never done Salute. It always comes at a funny time for me for some reason. And I think the other thing as well is obviously having to do, you know, monthly sculpts and stuff like that. You kind of, you have to pick your battles a little bit, and that's one that's like, that's just quite a tricky one for me to attend. I can do UK Games Expo because I live like 2 minutes away from the place, so getting there isn't a problem for me. I don't have to incur, it might be expensive on the stands, but I don't have to incur the cost of like hotels and things. I'll tell you what, hotels at the UK Games Expo ain't cheap. Everything around the NEC goes bumping up when there's big events on. And the main hotels, you got no chance. You end up staying like really far out of town to be able to kind of get in there at a reasonable price. So but the NEC is shocking in terms of like its accessibility and stuff. If you're going to go there, your best bet is to go on a train. I went to Peter Kay the other night, and the whole experience left me just aggravated. Peter Kay was good enough; he was funny enough, like, but the although I would say not quite as good as I was hoping he was going to be. Obviously, you know, having his time out for a while now. Yeah, the Hilton's on site, like right there, isn't it? So it's a good option, but it's like an expensive option. Oh yeah, if you're not paying for it, then you're quids in, aren't you? If you aren't paying for it, then yeah, stay there, man. Also, if you want somewhere to go for food, one of the cheapest places to go in Resorts World, which like at the NEC, just up the road a little bit from it. One of the cheapest places to go is actually the casino, and they've got a little restaurant and a bar in there. That's just like it's a fraction of the price of anything else in the entirety of Resorts World. But you have to be a member to go in. But you can sign up. It's just a what's the brand now? I can't remember what the casino brand is. You might be able to sign up online, but it's worthwhile doing just for some cheap grub, really. They do like a nice Thai curry and, you know, burger and chips and stuff like that. If that's the kind of thing you're after, then you're golden. Got 15 minutes yet. Oh, it literally is just Resorts World. It's the Genting Arena Resorts World, but it's not Genting Arena anymore. It's I don't even know what it's called. It changed its name so bloody often. Anybody know? I did say half past. I've got another 5 minutes or 10 minutes or so though, because I've got to leave at 1:45. I just need to make sure I allow myself enough time to go for a wee and grab a snack for the journey and stuff. So the journey, like it's miles. Do you know what I mean? Mate, I appreciate it though. Move Little Rich out, and let's move Spud in. Let's get this saved and go and do my thing. Right, we're going to do a quick raid out to Mike, I think, if he's online. I'm sure he'll be happy to do a little pimp up of the old Kickstarter for me. What the hell? It's different. No, thank you for joining me on the stream. I can't find the screen I need now for some reason on this Mix It Up. Right, let's just go and I'll just manually do it. There we go. Well guys, thank you all for joining me again today. We're going to go and drop into Mike, say hello, and I'm going to run off and go to go pick my daughter up from school. So, Mike's got 50 people on, so let's jump in. Right then, guys, thank you all again. Enjoy the rest of your day, and yeah, later taters. It's Road Mike. See you later, people.